Hello, my dear friends. Good evening. This is Hassan Dosani this side. How are you guys doing tonight? If you can hear me and see my screen clearly, can you please type yes? Very good. So, while we are waiting for more students to join, we can have a quick question answer session for next few minutes. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. If relevant professional skills are not followed when answering only professional marks will be deducted? Yes. You will not be able to score professional marks, but you can score technical marks. I feel less confident. We'll talk about it towards the end because you are not alone. A lot of people feel less confident. Walaikum salam. Can you please suggest exam target areas? Of course, today I will talk about all these things right after the break, like in the second half. So Kamil is saying, no, Mir is asking, what do you mean when you say financial commentary is compulsory, even not asked in a question? So in exhibit, if some financials are given in the exhibit, then you are supposed to use it, right? So even sometimes the examiner may ask an indirect question in which you will need to use the financials. So always make sure that none of the exhibits are missed out. What are the risks associated with NEDs on the board? They may not be independent. They may not be having sufficient business knowledge. They may not be giving sufficient time to the business. Yeah, very simple. If there are more than one part to a requirement and the marks are given as a whole, will the marks from each part of the requirement be limited? Kind of, yes. Mendello matrix, no, I will not be able to cover Mendello. I think it was covered in one of the previous webinars. I'll let you know which one and you can see there. Okay, Sayyada? Can the chairman be part of any committees? Very good question. Yes, chairman can be part of any committee as long as he is a non-executive director. Yes, Hamza. Mir, I just answered your question, so please don't repeat questions. Will I do any artificial intelligence type question today? No. I will be covering artificial intelligence in detail, but we don't have any questions as of now. Just recommend articles to read. I will discuss this in second half of today's session. Suggest what we will do if we get stuck in the exam. Sit back and enjoy. No, I will talk about this right now. Is the founder of charity principal or agent? I think principal, because he owns it, right? He created the charity. So what's the time? All right, so 5 minutes are up. Can we bribe the examiner? Yes, why not? Of course. All right, so we've crossed 200 uh, students now. So let's start today's session, okay? Right, guys. So welcome to tonight's last day of our SBL webinar. And being last day, I would like to talk about some of the most important stuff which we have been discussing during last 4 days. So after the break, I would be kind of winding up, summarizing and concluding all the basic things so that we are all on the same page. Okay. So what's today's plan? Wow, very, very long agenda for today. The most painful thing, today's exam technique, we will discuss about what to do if we are unable to find the answer. So how many of you have experienced this thing in the previous exam, that you were not able to find the the information in the exhibits and you had no clue how to answer a question? Very good. So most of you have faced this problem, that you are not able to identify the answer. So we will talk about this. Then I want to do one more question on board structure and governance. Do you remember yesterday's lecture? I felt that we did a very small question. This is an important topic. So I thought that let's do one more question today so that our corporate governance syllabus aspects are properly covered. Then I want to talk about project management a little bit, because a lot of students, they feel that project management is a complicated sub topic. Then I want to talk about commercial versus charitable organization. These are all based on your feedback. So since last few attempts, the examiner is asking questions about charitable organizations, and a lot of students, they just faint. So I just want to, talk about this for a few minutes so that I can get your heads straight. Then I will talk about the syllabus changes, the AIs, the 4 line of defense, all these things. We'll talk about technical articles, and this is a typo error, so that's not there. And I will recap. We'll talk about risks of softwares. Oops. Recap some risks relating to CBE software, your study plan in the last 3 weeks. Very, very important, that what kind of study plan you have to focus on, and list of important topics, focus areas for this attempt, and a list of practice questions for you guys. So a lot of important things coming. So I do hope that you guys are fully charged up. Right. How to ask questions? You can type your questions in the question box, but your question should relate to the slide or topic under discussion. And I will take general questions towards the end. Especially today, I will keep some extra time for Q&A. And those of you who have not yet joined my global WhatsApp group, please send a number on this, WhatsApp on this number, and this guy will send you the link. Okay. Now, today's exam technique. What to do if we are unable to find our answer. This is now getting common because the size of the case study is getting shorter, so people are finding it difficult. So actually there is not much you can do. Obviously, if you can't find the answer, nobody, I cannot come there and help you, right? So still something is better than nothing. So if you don't know the answer, if you don't know, if you're not getting able to identify some information from the case, what can you do? First of all, try and define that item. Try and define that item. For example, let's say the question is about disruptive technologies. So at least you can uh, talk about what is the meaning of disruptive technologies. Okay, there is no marks for definition or general stuff. We all know that, but just to fill some space, one paragraph, two paragraph, just to give us the answer a start. Just talk about the topic in simple words. That's one. Then you can use the search or find option in the CB platform to hunt for the related information. So did you guys know that in your CBE platform, each and every exhibit has a search option? And if you are not able to recall where you read something or you are not able to find the answer, I would suggest that you go to the, let's say, you open up an exhibit. Okay, let's say I open up this background report. It's one exhibit. I'm just random paper. Okay. So can you guys see the search option somewhere? Can anybody tell me where the search option is? Can you see the search option? Very good. Top left. Very good. Here on the, you see a magnifying glass? If I want to talk about, look for the word computing. Okay, this question is ask me to find something about computing. So I will just type compute. And is computing. See this word here, computing. Or you want to talk about, the question wants to talk about cloud. Just search cloud and you will see here there are two words, two clouds on this exhibit. See this? You can go there. One is cloud computing and the other must be there somewhere as well because it says two. Okay, so and then you can close this exhibit. Again, you can open another exhibit, look for cloud there. CLOUD. Cloud, no, nothing on this exhibit. Too bad. So actually you can, evaluation of options or so you can actually use the search option to find that information. Once you found all the information, you should try and summarize the current status or problem from the exhibit and talk about its impact. Okay. So as of now, you are just trying to save the question. You are not trying to give a perfect answer. So by searching the exhibit, you can copy paste some stuff here and explain that thing or the impact of thing on the business, and then in the end try and briefly answer the requirement in your last para. And most importantly, push this question to last, but don't leave it blank. This is something I really want to stress. So this kind of a question where you know that you have no clue and you will be adopting this strategy of trying to save it, then please don't waste your main core time on this question. Push this towards the end. Try to do other questions before that. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm just also having my lunch or brunch or dinner, whatever you want to call. So, but do not leave this question. Never leave a question in SBL. That's suicidal. So push it towards the end. Just spend like 5, 10, 15 minutes, depending on the marks or depending on whatever time is left in your hand, and do these things just to fill the space. Okay. Any questions? Let me go to the question box. Can you use Control F? I don't know. But Leonard is saying, but sometimes such a question can be part B of a certain question number 1. Do you still push it to the end? Very interesting question. I'll repeat the question first. Leonard is asking, but sometimes such a question can be part B of a certain question. Do you still push it to the end? When I say push it to the end, that means that you do it in the end. Don't cut it and do it after. Don't break the sequence. If there is a question number 1A and 1B, just give the heading 1B and then leave some space and move on to the next question. Because it's on a CBE editable word platform, then you can actually play around it. Okay. Mr. Mahmood Javed. Mr. Mahmood Javed, can you stop flooding my question box? Just ask your question once, not 15 times. Okay, please. So, Leonard, you are okay now? That you just leave space and move on. I mean, what I meant was, do not give the full time to a question which you don't have no clue. Save that time for something else. All right. Mahanur is saying, if we don't get the requirement, then God help you, my friend. If you don't get the requirement, honestly, I don't know what to do then. Maybe some other students can suggest something. Why would we waste time and fill space if no marks? Kimia, I'm saying that in the end, because if you leave a question blank, that pisses off the examiner. There is no concept of leaving a question blank in SBL. Otherwise, what I can do, I can just skip that question which I don't know, and I can utilize that time to do the other questions more nicely, right? But no, not in SBL. So that's what I'm saying. Spend half the time, but don't leave it. Utilize half time somewhere else, but at least do something there. What if time left is 10 minutes and question is 20 marks? Doesn't matter. You don't know that question. Why you are forgetting the main thing, that even if 10 minutes are left, you don't actually know the question, right? You didn't find the answer. So just all right. All right, guys. I think you guys got the point, right? Now let's move on. Now, again, steps to start the CBE paper. So when you get the CBE paper and when your paper starts, a lot of students are confused what activity to do. So I have just made this small list of the right sequence of things. Okay, and I think we have discussed this before in day 2 or day 3 as well. So as soon as you open your live paper on CBE, the first step is make a list of requirements. Remember, I showed you to make a list of requirements. That was on day 1. That you quickly open the word answer sheet, the word processor tool, keep it on one side, a small window, and then you quickly open all the requirements and you make a small list of requirements on your word paper, word tool, right? After that, you should read the introduction overview very carefully. And it will really help you if you can visualize by putting yourself in the company's shoes. So start visualizing that it is your company. Try to get into the under the skin of the company. So it will make you imagine that you can actually imagine what's happening. So reading the introduction will get you in the right mood and the right mindset. That's very important. Okay. Step number 3 is read 1:many exhibits first. So you remember I told that you don't have to read all the exhibits in the natural sequence. You have to prioritize. So first read 1:many exhibits, and you can simultaneously start copy pasting the information on your word answer sheet. After you're done with 1:many, then you can read the 1:1 exhibits if your reading time is still available. And then step number 5 is you start drafting as soon as 60 minutes are up. You have to stop reading and move towards drafting. This sequence is very, very important because the first 60 minutes of your paper is very, very crucial. First 60 minutes, you will know whether you're going to pass or fail. So you need to meticulously follow the steps so that you are on top of the case study in the first reading and planning hour. Okay. Do I have any questions here? So Usman is asking, sir, step 1, why just copy paste on Word? Can we not read the requirements and paste on the words? That's what I'm saying. Make a list of requirements. You can copy paste the requirement, or you can type, or you can just put in the keywords. The main thing is to bring all the requirements on one piece of paper so that you know what things you need to look for when you're reading the exhibit, right? Someone is asking, do we need to remove the list of requirements? Ideally, yes. But if you forget, that doesn't matter. Students, they copy entire questions, so doesn't matter. Only the requirements, not the summary above the question. Correct. Guys, you guys are asking questions. It looks like you did not attend the first day or the second day of the webinar when I was discussing this technique in detail. So I'm not going to repeat something which I have already discussed on the previous days. So kindly watch the previous day 2 or day 1 webinar. You'll see the various options. Now, another favorite question. Should we answer question in sequence? Ideally, yes. Okay. although there is no negative marking, but still the examiner is quite sensitive about the sequence. Every examiner com report, they cry about sequence, but of course they cannot deduct marks because as of now there is no negative marking for not following the sequence. So, but ideally, yes, don't try and mess up with the examiner, but you can defer the question which you would have no clue about towards that. That's the one which we spoke few minutes back, that okay, then don't disturb the sequence, just leave some space and move on. And in the last, when you are left with 5, 10, 15 minutes, just try and put some basic stuff so that it looks like you have not skipped the sequence. Okay, now let's do one more question on a board structure and governance, and we will be doing SBL specimen paper 1. It's called DCS question number 1B. This is a specimen paper. So we will open our CBE platform, just open the specimen 1 exam and read exhibit 3. So let's open the question number 1B. It says you are reviewing the transcript of the interview you held with Java, the CEO of DCS company, and you identified some weaknesses relating to the governance of DCS company, which you want to include in your report. Required. Explain the key weakness of the current governance structure of DCS company since it became a public listed company, recommending how they should be addressed. It's a weakness and recommendation question. Very good. You need to identify the weakness, talk about the impact or why you are saying it's a weakness, and then you will have to suggest how they can fix it. Professional marks are available for demonstrating skepticism skills in identifying key weaknesses from the information given. Remember skepticism skills, that you have to ask couple of questions, or you have to disagree, or you have to say that it looks incorrect or it seems inappropriate, something on those lines. So first thing first, how many total marks is this question? 12 plus 2, 14 marks. How many weaknesses I have to identify? Can anybody tell me? 12 plus 2 is 14. Okay, 14 divided by 4, it's 3.5. 4. Let's see your answers. Very good. 5. Why the hell you are saying 5? Crazy, man. 4. Yes. 7. God help you. I mean, 7 weaknesses, 7 recommendations. Very bad. Very bad. It shows that you have not looked at the previous webinars. No, we will have to give 4. Right? Very good. Majority of you are right, because we will divide by 4 marks. So whenever the question says identify weakness and give recommendation, we follow 4 marks, right? So we have to give 4 weaknesses. Where can we find the weakness? So which format, I mean, should we use a tabular format or should we use a normal format? You remember previous lectures? Okay, whenever you get a question on weakness and recommendation, use a tabular format. It will make your life easy. All right. Now, which exhibit? It was exhibit 3. So let's read this exhibit. Thank you very much, Mr. I'll just skip the dirty stuff. Now, this one. Now, you are asking, would you mind explaining how your company is directed by describing your corporate governance arrangements? Java is the CEO. He's saying, yes, I can. Please look at this chart. And then Java hands you an extract of the organizational chart. So please study the organizational chart. This is a question similar to the one we did yesterday. So CEO and chairman is Java himself. There's a marketing director, there's a production and IT director, there's a finance director, there's a HR director, and there is a non-executive director. I can see straight away identify two weaknesses here. Straight away. I haven't read anything else, but just from the diagram, I can see two weaknesses. Are you able to spot? Very good. So what's the first weaknesses, the biggest weakness you can see here? Very nice. So the first weakness is that the role of CEO and chairman is being done by the same person, Mr. Java. That means there is no separation of role between CEO and chairman. And the other one, what is the other mistake or weakness you saw? How many NEDs they have? So how many total directors they have? Java, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are total 6 directors, out of which only one is non-executive. Wow. Very good. How can we draft it? So the main thing is, how do you sell this point? How do you present this point? Beautification is extremely important in SBL. So the first point, I will just show you, I will just draft one point for you so that you get an idea of how to do it. We'll say weakness number 1. What is weakness number 1? Okay, I will say the role of chairman and CEO is being performed by Java. So what's wrong in that? This is not in line with corporate governance practices for listed company. Due to this, all powers are vested in one person. Okay, there is no segregation of duties. Other directors are not able to challenge. No, just forget about it. Enough. Okay. Now, what do you recommend? I recommend that the roles of chairman and CEO should be split and performed by two separate individuals. Preferably, the chairman should be a non-executive director. Okay, and he would be able to, what does the chairman do? Add confidence to the shareholders. That's it, enough, not long stories. Do you understand how you do it? I first linked the story from the case. Then I said that due to this, all powers are vested, there is no segregation of duty. This does not seem appropriate. Why did I mention this sentence? This does not seem appropriate. Why did I mention this later on? Because I just remembered that there's a professional marks for skepticism. So I have to adopt a little bit of negative tone, and there is no segregation of duty. This does not seem appropriate, this kind of a thing. Any questions regarding how you can draft? Very good. Right. So the second point was that we will say that out of the insufficient number of non-executive directors, and we will say that there are currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 directors on the board, out of which 5 directors are executive directors and only 1 director is non-executive. So what's wrong in this? So we'll say that, just having 1 director is not at all sufficient, because the purpose of having non-executive directors is defeated. The non-executive director will have no say if they are not in sufficient number of quantity. And what do you recommend? That that Java or this DCS should have sufficient number of NEDs on the board. For that, they will need to add appropriate people or hire or or appoint appropriate people with the right skills and the right independence, so that the functions or responsibilities expected from a non-executive directors can be performed. Done. Now what else? Not this one. Read this one. We also benefit from an independent non-executive member on the board. So now this guy is explaining the chart. So he's saying that we also benefit from an independent non-executive member of the board. We were very fortunate to appoint Asaf because he is a very talented businessman and also an executive director of one of our 2 largest suppliers. This means that he has a really good knowledge of our business and of the data communication industry. So this NED, the only one and only NED, is not independent, I think, because he is a director of one of our 2 largest supplier. Do you agree? Yeah, there's a big conflict of interest. That's a cross directorship. Wow. Okay, so we will have to recommend to them that guys, You need to have real independent directors in real sense, not eyewash or someone who is related. All right. So now this guy is asking about governance committees. We have an audit committee. Very good. Constituted of 3 experienced network engineers who focus on and investigate internal control and quality failures when they arise. What? So they have a committee with 3 experienced network engineers. Hang on. So aren't the audit committee supposed to comprise of the board directors? So where did these 3 engineers or 3 stooges came from? There is no mention of them on this director. Whoa. They don't have any non-executive, so they just commit they just identified 3 staff, I think. Network engineers and audit committee. Wow, 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 wow. To promote more independence, we also appointed a non-executive director as chairman on the committee, who is a former compliance officer at an airport and background is in air traffic control and aviation. God, so they have a beautiful audit committee. What's wrong with this? Are you able to identify issues with their audit committee? Yes. Number 1, none of them are from the board. The audit committee has to have the directors. No one else can be there, right? Secondly, none of them has finance expertise. Thirdly, they are not independent. They are all employees of the company except the lady who works for at the airport. Oh God, so many things. So you can talk about all this. What about risk committee and REM committee and nominations committee? DCAs has no separate board appointed risk remuneration or nomination committees. Okay, so that's also a bad thing. Of course, they have a small board, they don't have NEDs, so they can't have all these committees because all the committees have to be headed by a non-executive. So they need to add more NEDs and then they can have all these, they need to put in place all these committees. All right, so I think are you now comfortable and confident about a corporate governance topic? I just wanted to do one more question so that you understand what the nature of questions are generally, and you can, I want you to score high marks because these are relatively pretty standard type of questions. Very nice. How do you differentiate a separate point from a built up of one point? Just have multiple small paragraph. Okay. Does presenting nice answers by keeping spaces and bolding some words gets extra marks? Absolutely yes. It has to look beautiful, otherwise you will be stopped at 48. It is better to answer in tabular than or a paragraph. Please, guys, I have spoken about this 10,000 times in the last 4 days. Any questions on weakness and recommendation or risk and recommendations, please use a tabular format. It is for your own thing, right? Because sometimes when you adopt a paragraph style, you will forget to write recommendation under exam pressures. Then what? Hira is saying, very interesting question. Hira is saying, if we identify 5 weakness and 3 recommendations, are we going to get full marks? No. Whatever weakness you identify, you have to give a recommendation. Otherwise, the examiner will think that you don't know the topic well enough. Okay, so better to identify only those weaknesses in which you are able to give recommendations. But on a very separate note, why is it difficult to give recommendations? Just turn the answer, reverse the answer, and the recommendation is there. All right, let's move on. Impact of weakness, yes, of course you have to, otherwise, why did you have to mention the impact of the weakness, or you have to justify or explain why do you think it's a weakness. Just copy pasting the information under the column weakness will not get you marks unless you justify or explain why you are claiming it as a weakness. So you can explain the impact or the reasons, right? Can we write weakness and recommendations as you write? Of course, that is why I'm showing it that this is how it needs to be done. What kind of question is that? Can we write 3 weaknesses from one paragraph? Like for example, the audit point, there are 3 weaknesses. So yes, you can write 3 weaknesses from one paragraph, but that would not, please the examiner. That would not make him happy, because then he's just thinks that you just know one paragraph and you don't know anything about other kind of weaknesses. So you need to basically demonstrate to the examiner that you know the subject, you know the topic. Okay, let's move on. I think we did enough, spend good time here. So now the next, project management. So this is an important topic, and I just want to give you an overview about project management so that you have an idea. Okay, what is a project? First, you need to understand what is a project. So there are, in an organization, there are 2 types of activities. Okay, one is day-to-day operations, and the other one is projects. So day-to-day operations, as the name says, is our core business, like we selling, marketing, revenues, production, finance, IT, collections, inventory, purchasing, HR, legal. This is all part and parcel of our day-to-day operations. But then what is a bloody project? A project is a one-off special activity. That's the keyword. So a project is not a day-to-day recurring activity. It is always a one-off special activity which is other than organization's usual day-to-day operations or business. For example, let's say I want to develop a website. So right now the company doesn't have a website, and they want to develop a website because now there's a lot of demand of online business, right? So developing a website, is it a one-off task, or is it it will be always there for next 20 years? Developing a website does it sound like a one-off task, or it will be an operational task on and on for next 20 years? What do you think? Yes, it's a one-off task. So anything which is one-off is a project. Next 20 years, Ashwin, developing a website is a 20, it will go on for Baba, developing a website and using a website after it's developed, these are 2 separate things. It will be used for next 20 years. That's operations. But first of all, you need to develop, right? That's a project. Amending a website, maybe yes, maybe it can be an operational thing. Another example, implementing uh, accounting software. So I'm replacing my current accounting software, which is very outdated. I'm replacing it with SAP or Oracle Financials or any other, good accounting software. So implementing an accounting software, does it sound like a project? Yes. Or building a factory. Correct. Very good. So a project is an one-off activity which is other than your usual day-to-day activity. Okay. Now, why do they do projects? Why do businesses need to do projects? Can anybody guide me? Why do businesses need projects? Think. Because a project, in order to implement a business strategy, you might need to first do a one-off project. Exactly. So if the business strategy says we have to offer online, we should have online sales or online revenues. How you going to have online revenues unless you have a website, right? So in order to implement that strategy, the project will need to be undertaken so that that strategy can be implemented or realized. So project is a very, very important component. Most of the time, our large or long-term strategies, they depend on the project. So we do a project, we create something, and then we convert it into day-to-day operations, right? So project is very important from a business strategies or a business growth perspective. Secondly, projects are expensive. They require a lot of time, resources, money, right? So a wrong decision, or if the project is not handled properly, can cause a huge loss to the company, right? So stakes are high. So that is why the concept of project management comes. So that if there is any project, the organization is supposed to do proper project management steps. Why? So that the project does not screw up, so that the company's resources, money, efforts are not wasted. So project management. You understand the concept? Now, each and every project has how many legs? All projects basically have 3 legs. So I've seen 2 legs of animals or human being. Have you seen 2-legged human beings? Yes. I have seen 2 legs animals as well, like monkeys. I have seen 4-leg animals as well. I'm sure you have seen 4-leg animal, cats, dogs, elephant, tiger. I've seen no-leg animals as well, like a snake. But have you seen any animal with 3 legs? Think. In your long life of 20 years, has anyone seen any animal or any person with 3 legs? A lame dog. Oh, that's so sad. No, right? Not yet. That's a good answer. Not yet. So auto rickshaw, yeah. Your cat is 3 lakh. Wow. But then that's not normal, right? That's a handicapped cat. So now remember that a project is the only animal in the world which has 3 legs. Leg number one is quality, time, and cost. Why I use this stupid example is so that you guys can remember this all your life, that project has three variables. All projects are stand on three pillars. There are three aspects to each and every project. There's a design or a quality aspect, there's a time element, and a cost element. So whenever we budget for a project, whenever we plan for a project, of course, we start with the specifications or the quality, what exactly is required. Then we need to allocate some timeline that this will take like 1 year or 6 months or 2 years or 5 years. And we need to decide the cost. And once the project is underway, you will track budget versus actuals for quality, for time, and for cost, because all the three variables or all the three legs of a project um, needs to be tracked. All right. Let me clean all this. You know the best command I love in software? It's called, that's my favorite command. You do anything and then you just undo, right? So I just undid. Very nice. Okay, project management. How would you know whether a project was successful or not? Can anybody tell me? How can you measure whether the project was successful or it was a flop? Hmm, very good. We review. So what do we review? So I just said there's a budget versus actual of this project, right? So this project has a budget that we will spend $200,000 to develop a website. So we will spend $200,000 to develop a fully functional e-commerce website. So the budget, let's say the cost budget is 200, actual is 190, or actual is 210, right? Whatever. So can you judge whether this project was successful? Let's say it was 190, budget was 200. Can you judge whether this project was successful or failure? Tell me. No? Okay. Oh, a lot of people are saying it's successful. No. Yes, in the sense that the project was finished within the budget. To that extent, I can say the project was successful, right? But what was the objective of the project? Why did we spend this $200,000 or $190,000? Why did we spend that in the first place? There must be some project objective. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent company's scarce resources. So that objective is actually more important. Okay. So whenever we want to assess whether a project is successful or failure, we do not look at the project numbers, or okay, we look at that obviously, but the more important thing is the futuristic results. Futuristic results. Okay, like why did we develop the website? What was the target? What was the rationale? So the marketing director said that if we have a website, our revenues will definitely go up by 30%. So now we will verify, we will track whether our revenues are actually gone up by 30% or not. So supposing the revenue did not went up, we have developed a website, but the revenue has not increased. Is the project successful or failure? Yes, absolutely failed. Who is responsible? Who should we shoot? The sponsor, and in this case, the website sponsor. No, not the project manager. Excuse me. Project manager should be appreciated because he was able to finish the project within the cost, within the budget. The project sponsor or the project owner, like the marketing director, the guy who promised me that this will happen, shouldn't I go and shoot him? No, the guy who said, devil, let's go for a website, I can assure you our revenue will go up, right? So that guy needs to be shot. Understood? Very good. Yeah, fire him, shoot him. The personnel who gave the green signal, no Affan, I think that's not justified. The person or the board actually they approve large projects, so the board will approve based on the information they will get, right? They will exercise their judgment to the best of their ability. But if the information is faulty, so the person who's actually preparing the case study and fighting this case, he is the person ultimately responsible, right? All right. Now, there's a very, very important document called Project Initiation Document. It's PID, Project Initiation Document. PID, a very, very important document. So I will just hide it. Supposing you are a board of directors, okay, you are sitting on the board, and the marketing director comes and tells you that I want to do a project for which I require $500,000. What would you ask him? So you are a board of director. Marketing director is saying, I need $500,000, guys. I plan to do a project. Ba 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 da 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 da. What will you say? You will say, what's the objective? Why do you need to do this project? That's the first question you would like to know, that if he's asking for $500,000, why? For what? What will be the return? Okay, if I give you 500,000 now, what will be the benefit, like cost benefit? You understand? Exactly. So the first and foremost thing of any project is the objective. So What other questions would you have in mind if you are asked to approve a project? Would you require some basic information so that you can think and then either approve the project or reject the project? Yes, as a director, you need to know some basic aspects, like more information like the purpose, the scope, the objective, costs, benefit, key stakeholders, duration, right? Resources, risks. What if it goes wrong? Do we have the expertise for this? How will we maintain it? Some basic common sense questions will always pop up in your mind regarding a project. So a project initiation document is a document which contains all the basic information about the project. Do you understand? A project initiation, as the name says, initiation. A project initiation document contains all the basic information about a proposed project so that the board can study this document, and then it will help them decide whether they should approve the project or reject the project. So what are those basic contents of a PID? It should always start from a background or introduction. Then most important is project scope and objective. What is the purpose? What is the, why are we doing it? High level costs, what it will cost, and then what will be the future benefits like NPV, IRR, all those feasibilities will be calculated. Then they would like to know who are the key stakeholders of the project. And there are a lot of stakeholders in a project. There will be, first of all, a guy called project sponsor, who will be the project manager, what project team, who are the main users of the project once it's completed, and then any external, will it affect our customers like external stakeholders, suppliers, government, society. So the project sponsor is the person who's actually responsible of the person who's actually proposing. He's of course, when someone is proposing a project, then he's accountable and responsible. And this person is a senior level. A sponsor is always a senior person, most preferably a director. So if it's a marketing project, then marketing director will be the sponsor, right? If it's an accounting software project, who do you think will be the sponsor for an accounting software project? Yes, the finance. If it is a training, e-learning, e-training related project, then very good, then HR director. If it is a project in which we are making our factory more eco-friendly, recycling eco-friendly equipment, then who will be the sponsor for that kind of a project? The production director or the operations director. Very good, you got it. And then project duration has to be mentioned, that will it take 6 months? What is the timeline we are looking at? Any major risks about the project should be mentioned in the project initiation document. Constraints like resources, basically, human resource, financial resource, major assumptions used in all these things, like you saw that financial projection things, and how the project will be monitored and reporting procedures, all those things. So these are the high level contents of a project initiation document, and this has been asked in your exam couple of times. So that is why I spent good 10 minutes on PID. If you want to do a question, please watch June 2021 webinar of day 4, in which I actually solved the exam question on PID. So please watch that in June 2021, day 4. But very, very important topic, project initiation document. No, not syllabus change. There is one more topic about charity, right? I don't have a slide for that, but I can explain that through a blank slide. So a lot of students, they really get confused when they see a question from an abnormal industry. So initially in SBL papers, the first 4 or 5 papers, it was about a commercial organization. And then suddenly they asked a question on a charitable organization, and half the students, they literally fainted. I don't know why, but charity just made them, made them, what should I say, paralyzed, or they just freaked out. And then in the next attempt, the examiner, he gave a question on a service industry, like an audit firm or an accounting firm or something like that. Again, half the students, they just freaked out. Baba, I don't understand what has changed. The business concepts, the business strategies never change, whether it's a commercial organization, whether it's a charitable organization, whether it is a service organization, whether it is a club, whether it is a discotheque, whether it is a massage or a spa center, whether it is a educational institute, whether it's a gym, or whether it's Facebook, whether it's Amazon, whether it's Apple, it doesn't matter. The nature of industry, the legal structure of the company, doesn't matter. The business concepts remains the same. And that is why I wanted to discuss and bring this up today, because a lot of students, they ask me, sir, for September attempt, which industry do you think will be tested? How the F would I know which industry? But then my question is, what difference? It shouldn't make a difference as long as your concepts are clear. So now, let me show what I mean. Enough of emotional speeches. Yeah. So there is only, yeah, the sum of the terminologies will be different. For example, let's say there is a commercial organization or a manufacturing organization. There is an accounting firm, which is a service organization, but there is a charity or a club, and there is a public government company or a public sector government entity. These are the basically 4 types of things. Manufacturing concern, a service organization, a charity, and a public sector organization. A charity, I mean non-profit, not for profit, all those fancy words. Don't you think, let's talk about revenue. You think a manufacturing organization like Samsung, okay, manufacturing organization, do you think manufacturing organization would be interested in maximizing their revenue? Yes or no? Of course, right? What about accounting firm like Price Waterhouse or Ernst and Young? Would they be interested in maximizing their revenue? Of course. So the revenue here would be called sales. Here it will be called fees, audit fees, fees for services, whatever. What about a charity? You think charity needs revenue? Tell me. Charity needs a revenue? Of course, if they don't have any source of revenue, they will shut down. It will be called maybe donations, or mostly charity will be donations, right? So don't you think that charity would runs after people, after donors, so that they can maximize their donation income? What about a government entity? I don't know about a government entity. They don't give a shit, because, or maybe yes, because government entities, they require government funding, and government funding is not unlimited, right? So they also try to maximize the government funding allowed or allocated to them, correct? What about competition? What about competition? You think these guys have competition, the manufacturing company? Of course, Samsung's competition is with all the other brands, Apple, Huawei, Oppo, whatever. You think accounting firms have competition? Of course. You think charity has competition? No, 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 no. No, no, no. Charity doesn't have competitions, right? No, 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 no. Of course, they need to survive. Are they the only charity in the world? There are so many other charity programs, charity organizations. So they are competing with other charities. And government entities might be a little bit different. Okay, but at least these three, competition is there. Profit. Do you think they want, all of them want surplus or profit? A charity would call it surplus. But at the end of the day, call it whatever you want. They are all dying for bottom line surplus, right? Or profits. So do you think charity will have some business strategies in place? For example, if it wants to increase its revenue, don't you think they will have proper strategies, proper planning? Don't you think they will be focusing on cost controls and IT and this and that? Similarly, audit firm, don't you think they will have strategies in place, technology in place, proper HR strategy in place, training in place, how to differentiate, how to marketing, how to capture clients? So each and every type of business out there, their terminologies will be different, but the business concepts will always be the same. They all are thirsty for revenue. They all are thirsty for profits and cash. They all are fighting with their sleeves rolled up with competitions. So what difference does it make on your life as a SBL student, whatever industry comes? Maybe next time the industry could be an airline industry. But I don't give a shit about it's an airline industry, because do they want revenue? Yes. Competition? Yes. Profits? Yes. So please get this misconception out from your mind that a charity or a service industry or this and that will change the entire business concepts. No, no model is going to change. You think pastel can only be applied in Samsung? Don't you think pastel, don't you think Price Waterhouse, do you think they apply pastel? Like, I work in an insurance company. Don't you think we apply pastel, Porter 5? Don't you think we do SWOTs? Even a charity, they do pastel, Porter, SWOT, because this is all needed to come up with strategies. And if you don't have strategies, you will not be able to survive, and you will just go into administration. You will just shut down, bleed to death. Yes, there are some things like the shareholders. Here it will be called like here the, let's say the principal. The principal here would be shareholders. In a commercial organization, the principal or owners are shareholders. In a charity organization, the principal or owner would be donors or sponsors. In a government entity, the principal or shareholders are public, the agents. Here it will be board of directors. In a service organization, it will be board of directors. In a charity organization, normally it is called board of trustees. It's just some different in terminologies. But don't you think the role of board of trustee and the role of board of directors are almost same? Yeah, they are all responsible for the functioning of the organization. Got it? So please, just relax. Whatever industry, whatever is the nature of business, just keep your basic concept correct. The basic concept of any business is top line. Top line means revenue, expenses, bottom line. Bottom line means profitability or surplus, marketing strategy, business strategy, risks. All of them faces risk: business risk, financial risk, liquidity risk, reputational risk, political risk. Don't you think so? Everything remains the same, just the words are different. Any questions? What do you call NEDs in a charity organization? They're normally board of trustees. Board of trustees are basically the, non-executive directors, and then they supervise a board of director. I think I explained that yesterday or day before yesterday, that under a board of trustees there will be a board of directors. Board of directors would be executive and the board of trustees would be non-executive. What's a NPO? Non-profit organization, same as charity? Yes, concept will always be same. Do you remember we saw ACCA's integrated report like yesterday or day before yesterday? I think yesterday. They have a president, they have a CEO, they have those strategic objectives, key risks, future strategies, and they are a non-profit organization. So please just keep basic concepts straight and you will be able to handle any kind of question. The moment you open up the case study in your paper and you panic, okay, the moment you open the case study and you panicked, you will lose the battle even before it started. Did you understand that? Just by looking at the industry and the nature of all those things, do not panic because everything is same, only the terminologies are different. So never ever panic. Do not set any expectation so that you are not in for a surprise. Just relax, because if you panic because of these stupid things like charity, oh my God, it's a charity, oh my God, it's that, I do not know about this. If you panic, you will lose the battle. Right. Enjoyed? Very nice, very nice. Me too. But one can control panic sometimes. That's so true. One is a human being. But the whole purpose of bringing this up now is that you try and not to panic, right? If you panic, just bring my image in front of you, me holding a gun. Okay. All right. So is it 10 o'clock? No, we've got some time. So guys, let's take a break. And after the break, I would like to start with the syllabus changes. Or if you are okay, I can talk about syllabus changes now and then take a break. Whatever you guys say. Break or continue. Just write break or continue. I'm not getting messages. Break or continue. Admin, I'm not getting messages. Oh God. Wait, I'm just waiting for the questions to get refreshed. Admin. Continue. Oh, half the people are saying break, half of them are saying continue. What do I say? Admin is very yes. Hello. वो बिट हैंग हो गया था पूरा क्वेश्चन. अभी चल रहा है चल गया. Thanks man. I think let's discuss the syllabus change because we still have some energy, right? I don't want to break the tempo. It will take 15 or 20 minutes more and then we will have a break. Okay. Now, syllabus change, guys. You remember in the first day of my webinar, I clarified that the syllabus change for SBL is very minor. Okay, and a lot of panic is being created, especially by other teachers. They are arranging full day sessions on syllabus change of SBL just to create panic. And I'm not saying they are wrong, but they are very focused on the theoretical or bookish aspects, definitions, this and that. Whereas by now you should realize my approach is very practical, exam focused, a CFO focused approach. So from that angle, the syllabus changes are very minor. Only 2 topics have been added. One is called 4 lines of defense. It's a topic under risk management. And another topic which was added is artificial intelligence, robotics, and machine learning. That's it. Only these 2 topics have been added, and they are very small topics in the large scheme of things. Very, very small topic, not even 0.5%. Okay, and they're very logical, straightforward topics, nothing complicated. One topic was deleted, which was Tucker's 5-question approach for ethical situations. I don't give a shit whether it was deleted or not because I never focused on this model anyway. And then there are several amendments, but most of those amendments are for clarification purposes. No significant amendment. Okay, most of them are just changing the position or changing the sequence or putting a comma here or putting extra 2 words there, those kind of things. So the main thing we need to focus is these 2 topics. Okay, so please do not let the syllabus change panic you. Get panicked for the right reasons, not for these things. Okay, so the first topic is called artificial intelligence, robotics, and machine learning. So I want this to be an interactive session. I want you guys to participate. Okay, so do you know what is AI? I'm sure AI or artificial intelligence are computers which, thinks and behaves like a human. They have artificial intelligence in them. So they can think, they can solve problems, they can take decisions, they can talk, they can analyze, they can execute just like a human. That is why it's called artificial learning. And then, though another stupid word like machine learning, robotics, they are all the same thing, just some minor differences. But in real life, These words are used interchangeably. They all mean intelligent machines, intelligent systems, which works and thinks and learns like a human. Okay, so don't worry about the definitions. All of them means these are systems which are intelligent and they work, think, and take decisions like a human. Now you will see that a lot of industries are now using or moving towards artificial intelligence, robotics, machine learning, manufacturing industry. So wherever there are complex manufacturings like automobile and very complicated parts for IT industries, those are all done by robotics. You must have seen factories in National Geographic or documentaries that the entire factory is automated. There are like robots or robotic arms. They are manufacturing products. The manufacturing industry, where there is repetitive tasks required, high precision tasks required, better to have robotics. Then retail and customer experience. A lot of these big data, these websites, Google Analytics, all these things, they analyze what you want, they suggest things, they study your behavior and they suggest. So retail and customer experience is using AIs. You must have seen the word bots. So when you want to chat, when you want to have a chat, when you go to a website of a company and do a chat, you will be chatting to a robot, right? They're called bots. So these are all AI, smart intelligence softwares. Big data and data analytics, they use all these kind of AI softwares. Financial investments and financial tradings. So a lot of systems are there. It is called EAs, expert systems, which things like a finance expert, they analyze the data, the graph, the markets, and take financial decisions just like an investment guru. Transportation. Have you heard of driverless cars? Do you know that airplanes, they fly on autopilots? They can land without even a pilot touching a single button. Do you know this road and signal management can all be automated? So transportation is using all medicine and surgeries. Have you heard of robotic surgeries? Like the surgeon is living in France and he's doing a surgery in India through robotics. Like whatever hand movements he's doing in France, a robot is executing the surgery in India. So all this is possible because of AIs, robotics, and machine learning technology. So a lot of technological progress is happening. Things have changed that to a certain extent that now machines are replacing humans. What did I say? Machines are replacing humans. Do you know that Amazon has one outlet, I think in Dallas or Chicago, which is 0 employees. It's a full-fledged departmental store, huge, but no employees. You just walk in as a customer, pick your stuff and walk out. No cashier, no nothing. Go in, put the stuff in your bag and walk out. Khalas. Everything is automated. The systems, there are cameras, there are like signals, everything is controlled. That whatever you pick from, they have an app, whatever you pick from the shelf and put in your basket, it will be immediately recorded by the AI systems. The moment you step out of the store, they will automatically charge your card, and that's it. All the inventory management, the store, physical storekeeping, everything. It's a human-less store. How possible? Through AI. Interesting and scary. Do you agree? It's interesting, but it is scary because it is changing the dynamics of business. It is changing the uh, nature of competition. The customer psyche is changing. Hamza is saying that robot operates hotel in Japan. Yes. So you see, when I went to Tokyo, and in Tokyo they have the world's largest train station. It's called Shinjuku Station. And in Shinjuku Station, it handles 1 million passengers every hour. So you can imagine the amount of people in and out of Shinjuku Station. 1 million people per hour, especially at peak hours. And in Japan, you know that they have a language problem. So very less people, they speak English, right? So when I went there, so they had a lot of robots at the station. And they are all moving robots. They were looking at the people just like humans. And it said on their chest, can I help you? Or how can I help you? So we wanted to ask something. So we started, talking to a robot, and he was actually listening to us. And then he answered our question in English. And we then started playing with him, like started asking him some tricky questions, and he was answering. He was so intelligent, and he had facial expressions. So when he was pissed off because we were now making fun of him, taking pictures or asking, sexy questions or foolish questions, and I could see that his eyes were started getting red. But jokes apart, that machine actually guided us and answered our questions. Siri in iPhone. Oh, Manur, that's a good one. Siri in iPhone. Yeah, yeah. Sophia is a girl robot. Interesting. Yeah, the name is Amazon Go. Yes, excellent. I forgot the name. All right. So now, move on. What are the advantages of having AIs? Of course, it's faster, it's accurate, 24/7 employee related issues can be avoided. So if it's a factory, all right, so the machines, the robots can work 24/7, and issues like trade unions and strikes and all these things, bye bye, it's all machines now. I don't need you buggers anymore, get lost. Definitely. But then can you think of some risks or issues relating to this such high use of technology? Number one, there's very high dependency on technology. So supposing the internet goes down, or the electricity goes down, or the main server goes down, everything will be screwed. It will come to a standstill. So very high dependency on technology. There are security and hacking risks, obviously. Misuse of personal data can happen because all these machines have a lot of personal data, right? It creates unemployment in the society. Profits will be concentrated in hands of large corporations. Lack of ethical and moral values. You think a robot or a AI system has some ethical or moral values? Will it have tears in the eyes if he sees a poor old lady with one arm and one leg and not eaten food since last 2 days? Will it feel emotional about her? No, right? And of course, one-time investment is there. What else? I'm just going to the question box. Here you present more risk than benefits of this technology, of course. So what? Mohammad Rafiq, where does it say that benefits has to be more than the costs? It is not a financial calculation, right? And even if you Google this topic, you will see more issues and risks as of now because it's an evolving technology. Somebody said, is this disruptive technology? Somebody asked me in one of the question box, is this disruptive technology? Absolutely yes. A disruptive technology are, technology, the use of technology in such a way that is going to change the traditional way of doing business. That's the technology is now screwing up the traditional way of business. So it is definitely a good example of disruptive technology. Okay. Now the last thing of this topic is ethical matters, which businesses should consider before implementing AI. I think this kind of question may be expected in this paper, in the September attempt, that what are the ethical aspects of AI. So supposing there is an organization, it is thinking of adopting or implementing a full AI system. So other than the usual risk like high dependency on technology and hacking and data security, there are some ethical aspects. For example, a good organization will always think that what will be the impact on employment or its employees. Are they going to fire everybody and replace all the humans with machines? That has got a social implication, right? So impact on employment or unemployment or employees is something which goes under the umbrella of ethical matters, right? What about compliance with legal and social norms? Like it's a machine, right? But it has to have morals and values and social norms and legal norms. So everything needs to be programmed so that the machine is not ruthless. The machine has to have some legal and social boundaries defined within it. Then ethical use of personal data. This is a big topic that a lot of these fintech companies, a lot of these tech giants, they misuse the data. They sell our personal data to all these big data companies. You know that, right? That they sell data, they make money from our data. A lot of these companies, they make money from us because they share our data amongst them. That's unethical to misuse someone's data. That's a very ethical issue these days. Privacy and personal data. Transparency, that's something which is important, that the machines, whatever they do, it should be transparent. Transparent means that people should know what it is doing, how it is doing. It can be subject to audits, stuff like that. Accountability, that's very important. Like the other day I mentioned that if it is a driverless car, you know that, right? There are driverless taxis now. These are all automated taxis with no driver. If they go and hit a, a young child of 3-year-old and the child dies, who's gonna be accountable? There's no driver sitting in that car. It's that stupid software. She doesn't give a shit. She doesn't know what death is, right? She's not a human. So accountability, what will you do? You will just shut her down, right? So these are some tough questions, and it is still evolving. Nobody has answers, but good companies, good ethical companies will talk through these things. So these are the basic ethical aspects which AIs, we need to consider before thinking about AIs. The usual cost and benefit, all those The commercial aspects are there, but ethical aspects are also important, right? All right, the next topic of which was included is called 4 lines of defense. This topic is under risk management. So I'll try to, so there are 4 lines of defense. I just first give you the theoretical side. So the first line of defense is employees. The second line of defense are managers. The third line of defense is internal audit, and the fourth line of defense is external audit. Just remember, the first line is employees, the second line is managers, followed by internal audit and then external audit. All right, now I'll explain what this model is about. Do you know that I'm the CFO or the director of my company, right? The board overall is responsible for the company, correct? The board is responsible for the company and sound risk management. We all know risk, right? Risk is something futuristic which can cause severe damage to the company if it is not properly controlled, correct? And as a board, it is our fiduciary duty to make sure that proper risk management is happening, correct? I am responsible. So imagine I am the director, you are the director, we all are sitting in the board. Our company is very large, 2,000 employees, 3 countries, 10 branches or locations. How are we gonna control, or how are we gonna make sure that everybody is properly doing risk management or not? Because ultimately, who's responsible? I am responsible, you are responsible, the board is responsible. But the board is less, just like 8 or 10 people, right? And we just sit in the head office. How, if you are the director and I am the director, how do you think we can ensure that things are working properly as intended? I think I talked about it in the risk management session as well. Do you remember that chart which I showed you? There is risks, and in order to control risk, there is internal controls. How do we know that internal controls are working properly? There is internal audit. How do we know internal audit is working properly? There is audit committee. Remember that chart? Very good. Something very similar. Okay. So as directors, if we want to make sure that proper risk management and internal controls is happening throughout the entire organization, the first concept is employees. We as directors need to make sure that the employee themselves are responsible enough. I cannot go and watchdog each and every employee, right? So the first line of defense means the first safety net is that we make sure that there are proper policies and procedures in the organization so that all the employees, they are properly trained. Whoever new employee joins, he has to be very familiar with all the policy, the procedures, the internal controls, and it will be instructed to them. It will be part of their job description that, listen, honey, these are the things which you need to be very careful. These are the controls, these are the processes. You have to make sure that you abide with all these policies and controls. Then their performance evaluation will be done, and there should be a proper reward or punishment process. For example, if somebody violates the internal control or the policies, somebody was negligent, somebody made an error, then some kind of punishment, maybe punishment is a harsh word, but some kind of something needs to be done so that it doesn't go unattended, right? So the first level of defense is that we make sure that all the employees, they comply in their day-to-day work, they are vigilant, and they are complying with all the policy, procedures, and controls. After that, the second line of defense are the managers, the department head or managers who supervise these employees. So the second line of defense is that it is the duty or the responsibility of the line managers to review, to monitor, to ensure that their subordinates, they follow the policies and controls regularly on a day-to-day basis, all those things. So managers, they supervise the employees, they review and monitor their performance. In larger organizations, there is a separate risk and compliance department, especially compliance department. Some of you might be working in a compliance department. So in large banks or large complicated organizations, there is a separate function called compliance. Their only job is to make sure that employees are complying with all the policy procedures. They do spot checks, they do audits, they do this, they do that. So the first line is employees. The second line of defense is the managers who supervises them. Then comes the third line, which is internal audit. How do we know? I need maybe the managers and employees might be boyfriend and girlfriend. They might have soft corners for each other, right? So then comes the internal audit. Internal audit is supposed to be an independent, objective assurance function. It is their job to see whether all the controls, whether all the managers and all those things, these first line and second line is working. Who checks that? It's the role of internal audit to make sure that the first line of defense and the second line of defense is working properly. Okay. But of course, internal audit cannot be 100% independent. At the end of the day, they are also the employees or friends, right? So the fourth line of defense is external audit. That they come and then they verify that everything is done. So these guys also, they issue report on internal controls to the board of directors. They are more independent, obviously, because they're outsiders. They are fresh pair of eyes. They have wider industry experience, but they have lesser knowledge of the company's processes. So the whole concept of this four line of defense is that as a board of director, it is not possible for me to police everything, not possible for me to become a watchdog. So there has to be a proper framework or a proper internal control environment where everybody is responsible for their own act. So starting from employees, that's the first line of defense. All employees should be careful, should follow the policy procedures, do not do anything risky. Second line of defense are the supervisors or managers or department heads whose job is to supervise and monitor their subordinates. The third line of defense is internal audit, which gives me an independent assurance that things are working. And the fourth and the last line of defense is external audit, because they are more independent and more fresh pair of eyes. So through all these four levels, We as directors, we rely on external audit reports, we rely on internal audit reports. That's the best we can do, right? Because if we are a big company, a scattered company, a decentralized company, then I have to rely on controls and these assurance functions. What do you think, guys? Where does risk committee fits into this? Very good question. So the four line of defense is part of risk management process. So the risk committee would be directly responsible to make sure that the four lines of defense is working. It's easy, but it's just a very different thing. Like, you guys are accountants, you don't understand these things. For me, it's very simple thing because I do this in my current role. I'm finance and compliance head. But for you, because you're accountants, for you this is very, very, I would say, alien topic. But I'm glad that you liked it, and I'm glad that you found it's easy. Now, what kind of question can be expected? I honestly don't know. But whatever question would come, it would be straightforward. That I have a feeling the question would be straightforward. It will, maybe the question will mention the word four line of defense. And the moment you see the word four line of defense, I need you to give four headings. And what will be the four headings? This one. Okay. First line of defense, employees, and you can talk about these things. And the exhibit will be second line heading would be second line of defense, third heading would be third line of defense. So just remember these two slides, and if it's a straightforward question, you can actually score high marks, because I don't expect anything complicated on this topic or on AI. Very good. Right, guys, so let me just take a couple of questions. Easy peasy. Yes, I'm glad. No, it will be linked with the case. These questions would never be theoretical. It will be linked with the case. But as long as you know the headings, then you can search for information about employees or manager. There will be something mentioned about internal audit, external audit. Just one, two lines from the case, and then you can explain it in your own words. Yes, yes. Break, of course. More than you, I need a break because I've been talking. Right, guys, so if you are okay, can we take a break? If you don't mind, can we take a break? So it is, what time is it? 10 something? Oh God, I'm so sorry, 10:29. So can we do it like a short break today? Because I want to have more time for question answers. So 10:40 is okay? All right, guys. Thanks. See you in around 11 minutes. Hi guys, are you back? If you are back, can I have a yes, please? Oh, excellent. All right. So now another important area is technical articles. And again, a lot of students are really panicking about technical articles. So I spoke about this in the first day webinar as well, that in the last 1 year, these 3 articles were published. They were covered by me in these respective webinars and they have been tested, so they are not important. Forget about them, okay? And now about the latest article. It is called A World of Intelligent Agents. This was published like a few days back. And the good news is that this article talks about AIs, robotics, machine learning. And I have already covered this article where in this one where I discussed all the AI's definitions, industries, advantage, risks, and more importantly, the ethical matters. All of this is being picked out from the article. So we are done with articles. Okay, good now. Now let's start recapping things. No, Manur, there is no other recommend articles. Okay, please stick to what my slide says. Nothing is important. We've covered, so please don't ask for other articles. They're all covered in the various topics. Please don't demonstrate skepticism skills. Okay. Exam techniques recap. There were like 5 or 6 exam techniques. The most important one was you have to link your answers with the exhibits. How do you do that? You remember, we first make a list of requirements, we read few paragraphs, we stop, and then we copy paste the relevant information on the word processor. This is how we link. And I have whatever questions I had solved on CBE during the last 5 days, I actually followed this approach, right? I had a word processor on the side and I used to copy and paste the information on the word processor and used to add my comments on top of that. The second most important technique is to decide the number of points. So for a normal question, it carries 2 marks per point. So we will use total marks divided by 2. But if it is a question of weakness and recommendation or risk and recommendation, then we would assume 4 marks per point. Hence, a question of weakness or recommendation, we will divide total marks by 4. And the size of 1 point or paragraph should be minimum 3 lines, maximum 6 lines. Okay, this is all recap. We have already discussed each of these techniques in detail in all the 5 days of the webinar. The third important concept was time management. So the reading time is 60 minutes, drafting time is 180 minutes. During your reading time, you will first need to read 1:many exhibits first. Okay, and we remember how we can identify or bifurcate 1:many exhibits versus 1:1 exhibits, like board minutes, websites, annual reports. These are typical 1:many exhibits, right? and you have to stop reading. If even if it's not complete, you have to stop reading in after 60 minutes. For drafting, you will follow 1 mark is 1.8 minutes. How do you track your time? So for example, if the question is 10 marks, so I know that I have to allocate 18 minutes, but how do I actually track my time? So always write the ending time on your word processor before you start a particular answer. You remember I had shown this, that first write the ending time and then start your answer. And whenever the time allocation is up, please move to the next question. However, if it is a financial question, like a financial analysis or a financial projection, then you can spend like 3-4 minutes extra so that you can get extra marks. The fourth important thing is the format or the presentation or layout of your answer. This time it is very important because the examiner, when I was talking to the ACCA team, they they stressed a lot on this fact that students, they don't know how to use the word processor, the examination tool. They do not present their answer properly, professionally. Their script looks like garbage. You see, so your script is not fit to go to a director. We cannot send your script to a director simply because it is very unstructured. So you presenting your answer, the format, the layout is extremely important. Like linking your answers with a must, paragraph style of writing should be there. Please leave one line between each paragraph so that the examiner, your answer become visually nice. High focus on format. So if it's a report format or a briefing paper format, really give nice formats. Look for stress words. Use tabular format for weakness and recommendation questions, and use of model is not mandatory. I hope you guys remember all these things which we discussed, right? I'll just take a stop and look at any questions before I proceed to the next technique. Sir, if we have, if the question requires 4 points and if we have more points, can we write extra point? Yes, one extra point is allowed. Should we do formats of all questions before we start? No. I mean, just do the format when you actually start the question. Can we give heading for every paragraph? Yes, there is no harm. Okay. What to do if you are unable to find the answer in we discussed this today only, right? You will define just to fill space. You will use the search option. You can summarize the current situation, try and briefly answer the requirement, and push this question to the last, but don't leave it blank. Steps to start the CBE, I think we discussed this today, so I don't want to repeat something we just discussed 1.5 hours back. Recap on the formats. A lot of formats are there, and there is significant marks involved in formats. Okay, the format can are very this time the examiner is sensitive. So a report format, we all know a report format, there will be a central heading. It should say report big so that the examiner can see. Then to, from, subject, date, introduction, and in the end, sincerely. Should we give conclusion or recommendation? No. Avoid conclusion or recommendation unless question specifically asks you to give. Okay. Now there's something called a section of a report. So a couple of times The examiner has asked to prepare a section of a report. There is no particular format for that. Just give a broad heading in the center of the page, call it section of a report, give the heading of the question, and start your answer. Okay, there's no extra to from required for in a section of a format. Then there's a briefing note. Sometimes it is called a briefing paper. Sometimes it's called a memo. It's all the same thing. There's a to, there's a from, there's a subject, date, the opening sentence, sincerely, and avoid conclusion or recommendation. And do you remember what is the basic difference between briefing note and a report? Let me see your memory. So a report format is also like this, right? And a briefing note and a briefing paper is also like this. So what is the basic difference between the two if the format is the same? The basic difference is in a briefing paper, as the name says, it has to be brief. Okay, a briefing paper has to be brief, meaning that you will be writing short paragraphs. Okay, a briefing paper, the purpose of a briefing paper is to brief someone, brief your manager, brief your CFO regarding some information, some facts, some problems. So a briefing cannot be long, lengthy, sexy stories. No, no, no. That's report. But a briefing paper should be short paragraphs, try and give headings for each points. That's the only difference. You know, in the body, the way you present your answer, your paragraph should be shorter with lots of headings so that it's the person who's the reader can quickly read and, you know, update his information or brief up his information. That's the whole thing. Email, again, you will give a central broad heading, email, and then the rest is the same too, from subject, date, opening sentence, sincerely. A presentation slide, a slide will already be given to you in your CBE platform. There are two components. There is one slide itself, and the second portion is called supporting notes or speaker notes or accompanying notes. Doesn't really matter. The first portion, which is the actual slide, you have to give a heading followed by bullets. Bullets, small short bullets and a heading. And the second portion, the supporting notes, you will explain these three bullets here in paragraph form. If there are three bullets, I would expect three paragraph, one for each, in which you will explain these bullets and link with the case. In your template, there is a slides given. So you just open up the slide and you will see that there's a slide 1 here followed by slide 1 speaker note. So this is the speaker note. This is the slide and this is the speaker note. Then slide 2, underneath is the slide, and then followed by slide 2 speaker notes. Okay, so you understand? Okay. Then one time a letter was also asked, so you will just give a central heading called letter, and just any format which you think you are familiar with. Generally the usual format is right side, from, to, date, subject, respected chairman. Letter is generally more formal than an email, right? So when you write to a regulator, when you write to the chairman, when you write to a president, you don't send them email, then you send them a formal letter. So it's more of a formal tone, a formal presentation. So that's the letter format. Sometimes you will need to draft a press release or a website release. So what's the difference between a press release and a website release? A press release will be published in the newspaper, and a website release will be published on the company's website. Okay, the purpose of press release and the purpose of website release is that the company wants to communicate with the general public. Maybe they want to inform them something, maybe they want to clarify something, maybe they want to clear their position, whatever. But it is the press release or website release is basically the target audience is the general public. So you will give a heading, either it's a press release or a website release, as the case may be, followed by the subject or the heading of this, then the name of the chairman or the CEO. Do not write your role, because a finance manager or a consultant, they are not authorized to issue press release. So only a chairman or the CEO's name or designation should be there, followed by company's name. And then you can draft your answer here, whatever is the requirement according to the question. And in the end, rather than saying yours sincerely, yours lovingly, yours lovefully, because you have to be sound professional, you will say, for further information, contact our company's public relation department. Okay, any questions up till now? Let me go through the question box before I proceed. Shouldn't we write FAO? Shouldn't we write FAO? It's okay. If you write FAO instead of 2, that's also fine. And if you write 2, it's not a big deal. A lot of people, they got confused. So I changed it back to 2. Like slide points, their notes should be in bullets. No, then for a slide, the slide should be bullet. The speaker note should be in paragraph form. No, I will not revise the slides again. I'm sorry, because I've done that earlier as well. In fact, we have solved one question, or if not, watch the day 1, day 2, day 3 webinar. I've explained the format. When I use slides, should I refer to it in the Word when I can? No, when you use slide, don't refer to it in the Word, or maybe in your Word document, you can say question number 3B, and then in brackets, you can write refer to presentation slides for the examiner, but they would know they're not idiots. The use of Excel in SBL is not required actually. And try and stay away from Excel for SBL only, huh? Unless you are very good in Excel, then that's other thing. But if you are average in Excel, there's no need. It's a very theoretical paper. And if there's any calculations, then you can directly use a calculator, or you can use, or if you want to present some financials, you can use the word table. In press release, do we include both name and designation? Yes, why not? If you are provided the information, yes. Naveen, yes. Should we need to write our role after sincerely? Yes, why not? Is it mandatory to write something in speaker notes? Of course it is mandatory, because the slides are just bullet. You will not get marks if you make some general bullets. Your marks is based on the speaker note. That is where you are you giving your arguments and linking with the case. So it's mandatory to write proper paragraphs under speaker notes. What is the difference between report and a section of a report? Were you not there 5 minutes back? I just showed you the 2 different things. Interesting question. Sir, in the end, we are left with less time for the last question. Can we skip the format and just write the requirement, and will we get marks? Interesting. So if she's asking, If in the end we have less time, can we skip the format if the format was required? If you skip the format, you might lose the professional marks, professional skills marks. Okay, you will get technical marks because you gave the answer, but if you skip the format, you will lose technical marks. My suggestion would be that I'm more in favor of presentation and sexy looks. Okay, so I would suggest that you give the format and write one paragraph less if you have short time. Up to you, depends on the situation you are in. All right, please hold general questions. Let me finish all this, then I will take open-ended questions. Okay. A business case, it is a very specific document. It is used in project management, and it is just a very simple three headings: the current situation, the proposed option, and benefits of proposed option. Project initiation document, although it is an important thing. Project initiation document we just did today as well, and please do the question which I had mentioned on project. This is the format of a project initiation document. And just to give you an idea, I've actually, I've actually filled a project initiation document just to give you an idea about, and this is a IT software implementation. Yeah, here. The project is about implement online ticketing system. So just I created an imaginary PID about a project relating to online ticketing system to increase revenue and passenger satisfaction. So just you can go through it. Most PIDs will be very similar to this one. Please do a question on PID, which I mentioned before the break. If the question wants you to talk about weakness and recommendation, then please try and use a tabular format for your own ease and comfort, and please use 4 marks per point or per weakness plus recommendation. Oh, too much formats, too much exam techniques. The last one recap is professional skills, but I know that you are now good at it. So I will just quickly just touch upon it. Evaluation skill. If you want to score, demonstrate evaluation skill, you will need to include both pros and cons of the situation. Okay, if this is generally asked in a question of proposed strategies. So in a proposal or a proposed strategy, you have to cover both pros and cons. Like for AIs, we talked about both pros and cons. So if you do talk about both pros and cons, you will get full evaluation marks. Analysis skills, basically in this you have to investigate the reasons from variances. Okay, so this is normally asked in a question of financial analysis, normally, not always, but majority, that you will need to identify the reasons why sales is going down or why profit is going down, all those things. So you need to just pick up the information, the reasons, the root cause, the business reasons. Explaining those variances is analysis skill. Communication skill is basically, you focus a lot on the formats: report, briefing paper, presentation, email. Throughout the paper, whatever formats are required, if you give proper formats, you can score communication skill. Commercial acumen skills, you need to show the examiner that you are not a dumb accountant, you understand business. So if you talk about AI, that's common sense, that's commercial acumen. If you talk about 4 line of defense, that's risk management, that's not finance. You will demonstrate commercial acumen. Anything you talk about other than finance, you will get marks on commercial acumen. If you talk about HR, training, marketing, risks, production, strategies, opportunities, competitions, all these things you will get commercial. Just don't think like an accountant, understand the business. And lastly, skepticism. You remember my wife? Yes. So skepticism, you need to just use negative tone. What I mean by negative tone is, uh, ask a lot of questions. Make sure that at least there are two or three question marks in your answer. Or you can use words like I disagree, it's incorrect, not clear, further investigated, something like a boss. Be bossy, but in a respectful tone. Any questions on professional skills? Who makes the PID? Very good question. Who prepares the PID, project initiation document? Yes, you are right. Manu, you are super active. Excellent. Yeah, the project sponsor prepares the PID. Okay. All right. So there's no questions. For professional skills, that's fine. Now, something about CBE software. The CBE software has its own problems. It's just like any other technology, it's got its own issues, and it's better that we honestly discuss about them so that, God forbid, if these problems happens with you on the exam day, at least you know what to do and you don't get panic. So please, the first thing is be mentally prepared for possible hiccups on CBE exam day. So some of the students will be giving the CBE paper in the center, like it's a center-based computer exam. So the chances of something going wrong in a center is slightly less because they are more organized. They will hopefully they will plan all these things. And those of you who are giving the computer-based paper from your home, the chances of hiccups are slightly more because the electricity and all those things. So first of all, your ID may be rejected by the automatic facial recognition software. This happened when people were giving from home. Hey, what is this automatic facial recognition software? Do you think it's AI? Of course, it's a software which compares your photo with your actual face and decides whether it's you or it's your sister. Right. So in case your ID is rejected, someone will, some physical invigilator will then check your ID. So not a big deal. Your system check may show a red cross. You do it again, you refresh it. This one is very bad. Huh? A copy paste function from mouse may not work sometime. Then you can use Control C for copy and Control V for paste. Okay, so you must be familiar when you practice on the CBE platform. Please try all the options of copy pasting using the icons, using the mouse, using the keyboard shortcut, so that you are hands-on with all the various techniques, because sometimes something works and something doesn't work. Thus, during the exam, the software can hang or some features may not work. For example, the highlighter may not work. Please press refresh and it will resume. So sometimes if you feel that the software function is not functioning, you can press refresh. So where is the refresh button? This is the paper. The refresh button is here, the browser. This one, you see this refresh? So do you think if I press refresh, everything will get lost? No, because everything is auto saved. Let me close it and let me refresh. Let's see right now. If I just press refresh, it's reloading and it will again bring me on the same page, and this time hopefully the functions will be working properly because it's refreshed. Okay, but don't play around with it. You just do it once if things go wrong or if they stop working. Now this one is also very bad. Software might automatically close 10-15 minutes before the ending time. I mean, close means that it will automatically submit your paper even though the time is left and you have not pressed the submit button. It will automatically close your exam and submit your paper, sometime 20 minutes before, sometime 30 minutes before. It happened to quite a few students in previous attempt. Under this thing, I mean, if you are in a center, then you can talk to the invigilator, but if you're at home, then you will have to please apply for mitigation circumstances immediately after the exam if you feel you are disadvantaged in any manner. So through my ACCA, you can apply for mitigation circumstances, which means that something bad has happened to me or some technical hitch has come due to which, you explain what went wrong, and they will consider that. Either they will consider that in while marking your script, or they might cancel your paper and carry forward your fees. Any questions up till now before I proceed on the CB side? Sir, I think there is no refresh icon in the real exam. Maybe you are right. I'm not sure. It happened to me in AA. Okay. Right. So these are things which you should be mentally prepared. It's unavoidable. So it's something is unavoidable, then sit back and enjoy. You're right. Just be mentally prepared so that you know plan B and plan C and what to do. Yeah. Now, the actual CBE exam software is slightly different from the CBE practice platform which is being used by us. Okay, please bear in mind that the actual CBE software is slightly different. It's not exactly like the one which you are using. This one we are using, it's not like that. I mean, it is like it. 95% it's like this. 95%. There are few differences. The toolbar varies. So you will see a hand. You see a hand. Let me increase the view. Yeah. Do you see a hand? And do you see this one? So these are some extra things which are not there here. I don't see any hand, or if I open an exhibit, let's say I open an exhibit. There's a microscope. There is a up down button, page number, there's zoom. But in a real exam, there will be a hand, there will be something arrow like this, some page adjustment, view adjustment options, plus minus 100%. So main thing is these two. Okay, that's the big difference. So right now I can move, you see, easily I can move, and I can also select and copy. I can move and I can select and copy. But in the real CBE software, you cannot move and you cannot select simultaneously. Okay, if you want to move, you press the hand, and then you can move the page up and down. And if you want to select a paragraph or a sentence, then you need to press this arrow, and then you can select, and that time you can't move. So this is the two irritating things, that if you want to move, you press hand and then you can move. If you want to select, then you press this arrow and then you can select. It's not a big deal. Okay. It's just that you should know what this means and how you can navigate. And then copy pasting into Excel spreadsheet is slightly different, but we don't need this for SBL. If you want to see more differences, like there's a full article information available on the website, you can look at that. Now the important thing. Study plan in last 3 weeks. So now guys, you have approximately 3 weeks left, right? A lot of students are asking me, is your webinar enough? What should I do? Should I read the book? Should I do the kit? How many questions should I do? Da, 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 da. So this one slide is enough for all of you. You have to realize that you just have 3 weeks. So you will need to adopt a smart approach. You cannot expand the scope, right? You cannot read the book. You cannot do everything as you would love to do in 3 weeks. Unfortunately, 3 weeks is less time for a full scope studying, right? So please strictly follow this plan. Strictly follow this plan. Nothing less, nothing more. Step number 1, watch September 2021 webinar, all the 5 days. I feel today that there are some students who have not seen the previous 4 days webinar because they are asking questions which has been discussed in detail on the respective days. Today was just a recap, right? So first thing, you watch September 2021 webinar. Forget about the previous webinars. Your starting point will be September 2021 webinar, day 1 to day 5. Full day 1 to day 5. 15 hours you need to spend. After that, once you are done with September, you need to watch earlier webinars for additional topics. So obviously, I'm not able to cover all the top 25 topics in this September webinar, right? It's not practically possible. So for the, excuse me guys, can I just quickly drink a glass of water? So for the missing topics or additional topics, we will use the earlier webinars. Which topics and which webinar, which day, I have given a list below. So you don't have to watch the entire June webinar or the March webinar. You don't have to, get lost in all those things. I will give you a very crisp list of what to watch. So just be a bit patient. If you do these 2 steps properly, your top 25 important topics will be covered for SBL. Forget about the books. Just do these 2 steps and it will be done. After these 2 steps, the third step is you need to practice at least 3 to 5 SBL questions using the CB platform with time management. Okay. Again, I will share with you a list of which questions. Do not just try each and every question on your own, because some questions are good, some questions are bad, some questions are ugly. I know which questions to do. Okay, so I will share a list. And the last thing is you have to do at least 2 mock exams under strict exam conditions and then have it checked by a tutor. There is no point in giving a mock exam and then not having it checked. Okay, because if you don't give mock exam, or if you don't have it checked by a tutor, you will not be able to identify your weaknesses. And the whole purpose of a mock is to identify the weaknesses so that you can address them before the exams. So all the techniques which we discussed, time management, professional skills, linking, stress management, stamina, all those things you need to practice, net practice through 2 mocks and then have it checked by an exam. It's very, very important. Especially for the research students who scored like 40s or mid 40s or late 40s, especially, you have to do mocks and have it marked by a tutor. Otherwise, you will not be able to figure out why you failed, why you were failed at 48, why you failed at 47. You need someone to guide you. Okay. On an optional thing, I also offer mock based practice classes. It is in fact starting from tomorrow night. It's a paid session, and it is a very, very intensive session. I will be doing 5 SBL questions in live class. Like when I say SBL questions, 5 SBL questions means 5 papers, full papers, 5 full papers I will be doing in live class, solving using the CBE platform. And then I will organize 2 mocks under strict exam conditions. And out of that, I will be checking the first mocks and giving feedback. All classes will also be recorded for later viewing. For example, if you're in office or a time zone difference. And if you want further details, you can message on this number, or you can, yeah, this one. And this guy will provide. I think the price is $70, and it will be like at least 6, 7, 40 to 50 hours session. Very, very intensive sessions. All right. I don't want to talk about it more because I think it's not right, but I do feel that this was important. That is why I shared this thing. Stay away from books and revision kits, please, because you don't have time. Just use the webinars. You can, if you want, you can go for my simplified notes. They are all available on my SBL WhatsApp group. And if you want to be added, that's the usual number which you can send. Now, this is the list of important topics. You say, I always refer to the top 25 list. So this is the top 25 topics. Before I talk about it, can I just look at the question box? I failed twice at 48. Left last question in both attempts. What is your opinion? I think because you left the last question, I think you are pass. If you attempted like 90 and you got 48, in percentage terms, you passed. The moment you complete the last question, you will pass. So your biggest problem is time management. Okay. What do you mean by mock? Mock means creating a real exam situation whereby you think that you are actually sitting in the exam. I will be invigilating online, watching all of you like ACCA does through remote invigilation, shouting, all those things, so that you feel the pressure and you get, I want you to get tired, frustrated, irritated, confused. So that's mock, when you actually create the real environment. What if someone has already covered past paper? Good question. What if someone has already covered past paper? Unfortunately, there is no other option. All we have is past papers as our practice material. Yes, there are some questions in the kit, but those questions are not good. Those questions will shatter your confidence. So, we will have to live with the past papers, and again we need to do it. All right, so we'll take this question, some questions towards the end. So this is the list of important topics. Please take a snapshot. My webinar series is based on this list. Some topics I covered in September, some topics I covered in June, some topics I covered in March. So the way I plan is I take a rotational approach that over a series of 3 or 4 quarters, I try to cover all the topics. Okay. This is a very important slide. So remember, I told you guys 5 minutes back that which webinars you are supposed to watch. So September webinar, this one you have to watch everything, like full day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. And all the topics which I covered in this webinar are mentioned here. Oops, sorry, there's a typo here. All right. So September webinar, you have to watch from day 1 to day 5. No shortcut on that. But then there are few topics which are not covered in September. So then for that you will open June webinar. But you don't have to watch everything because you don't have time and there's repetition. So just open day 1 and just look at SFA and do the question. Day 2, you just do SWOT and budgets. Day 3, you just look at integrated reporting. We did that in September, but it was just an intro. The practice is you can do practice in June 2021. For day 4, internal control weaknesses, you can do a question and project initiation document. You can just watch day 5 for these topics. Then you can open up March webinar, directly go to day 2 and look at social and environmental footprint. It's like 30 minutes. Day 5, IT and cyber security. It's like 15 minutes topic. Then go to December 2020, day 2, context of change model, corporate parenting, hormone and funding. Important topics. And then March 20, this is very, very important. This one is very important. This one is very important. Culture I have covered in March 2020. So just open March 2020 day 3 video for culture. So if you follow strictly this guidelines and take advantage of the webinars, move smartly, intelligently in 3 weeks time rather in 2 weeks time, so you will be able to cover the entire SBL. So this one is 15 hours. And I would say that all this will be another 15 hours. So in 30 hours, you will be able to cover the entire SBL, the exam techniques, the formats, everything. Okay. Where can you get the previous webinar videos? There are two options. One, you can search on YouTube or Vimeo. The second one is all these webinars are also videos and handouts are available on my WhatsApp group. Okay, so my WhatsApp group, they are all available. If you're part of the WhatsApp group, just click on the description. It will take you to my Google Drive, and there you will see all the videos, all the handouts, all the notes. If you want to be part of the WhatsApp group, please send a WhatsApp on this number and this guy will send you the link. Okay. Let me just clean this because I don't like the look. All right, so any questions so far on this study approach and topic coverage through webinars? Just a second, guys. This question box is again hanging. Slowly, it's also tired. It's slowly downloading your questions. Okay, nothing so far. Now, list of practice questions. Again, keeping in mind that you just have 3 weeks, and that's not a lot of time available, unfortunately, and you have to spend 15 or 30 hours to first watch all the webinars and complete the learning. Then you will have limited time for practice. So just, you can do these 5 questions. September, December 18, September, December, this and this. Try to do it on the CBE platform. For construction, highlight, DULS, BCO, and NCCP. Okay. In fact, in my mock-based practice sessions, I would also be doing these questions with my students. So I'm just sharing the same list with you guys who are doing self-study, that if you want to practice, do these questions. And for the mocks, which I will conduct for my batch, I will be using actual exam questions, smartware and NEBI. Okay, this I will do in as mocks. So please, if you want to practice, use this list. Do not do any other SBL question which is not mentioned here. For example, the specimen papers I have not mentioned. Why? Because A, they are a little bit crazy. B, you don't have time. So first do these. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6 and 7. Okay. And then, for example, another question, TT for you, the worst question of SBL history, I have not put it there because the last thing you want is to get confused or your confidence is shattered if you do a wrong question at the wrong time. So please follow this list strictly for practice purposes. If you don't do practice, you will be screwed. I can give this to you in writing. If you just watch webinars and you don't do the practice questions, at least 3 practice and 2 mocks, you will not pass SBL, because up till now you must have understood that SBL is not about theory, it's about the practical answers relating to the scenario. And the only thing which can teach you how to handle a scenario is scenario practice, right? So spend 40% of the time in learning and 60% of the time in practicing. Remember the top 3 mistakes as per examiner. I want to remind you this thing, so that if you want to pass, do not make these mistakes. Weakness number 1, answers not linked with exhibits. Weakness number 2, students merely copy pasting materials from the exhibits without adding own comments or explaining why. So did you notice that whatever question I did, after I copy pasted the facts from the scenario, I made sure that I added 1 paragraph, couple of sentences just to explain or justify the point, or talk about the impact, why I'm just something from my own. Because if you don't add your own comments or justification, you will not get marks for copy pasting. And the third weakness is poor technical knowledge and professional skills. So for this, you can watch the webinar, the slide which I showed you, And I'm sure professional skills, we focused a lot. Some recommendations from the examiner. As per examiner, you must practice using the CBE platform. Do at least one full mock as per the examiner. Get your answers reviewed by a teacher. Use case material in your answers. Explain how the point you made is relevant. Yeah. Allocate time wisely. Constantly refer back to questions to keep focus. That is why I told you to make a list of questions and present your answer professionally in the Word. This is from the ACCA team. Okay. So please take this seriously if you want to pass SBL. Lastly, stop thinking like a student for SBL paper. Think that you are a CFO and you are writing to your report to the board of directors, and board of directors are idiots. They are very small 5-year-old child. So the way you explain to your 5-year-old, no complicated stuff, just basic stuff, simple explanation, easy English, that's the mindset and approach which will make you pass this paper. The moment you think like student writing to an examiner, you will get 45, 47 and then get stuck. The moment you start demonstrating that, yes, I know business, I have CEO, CFO material in me. Inshallah, I will become CFO in less than 5 years. You need to demonstrate that to the examiner and you will score in 70s. It's all about mindset. These guys do not overstudy SBL, instead do over practice. Okay, that's the secret. That's my last slide, question and answer session. So let's see if there's any unanswered question. I would be happy to take some more questions. Let the question box down. So most people are answering. I'm just reading through the questions. If I see some good question, I will pick it up. How do you get solution to practice questions? Very good question. How do you get answers to the practice questions? Okay, there are two options again. One is that ACCA has published the suggested answers as well on the website. However, if you look at those answers, you will faint. You will freak out because those answers are actually not fit under exam conditions. Those are very ideal answers. You might need like 2-3 days to come up with such an answer. Those answers are not possible in 4 hours. Okay. So what do you do? So when you read the examiner's answer, just pick up the key messages. If your answer matches around 30-40%, 30-40% of the examiner answer, you are safe. I repeat, if your answer matches 30 to 40% only with the examiner's answer, you are safe, because the examiner's answer is not, it's for illustrative or educational purposes. That kind of answer is not possible under exam. The second source of answers will be that I have also published some answers, but those are in pointers form, because I don't like drafting and giving answers. I don't like spoon feeding, because this will make the students handicapped or impaired. I have given pointers that in this question you need, if you have covered these points, then you are safe. How to present, how to draft, all those, that you need to decide on your own. Okay, that is why you need a teacher, tutor, whatever, who can look at your answer and give you feedback. Sound control and sound risk. I mean, sound controls means strong control. Sound risk means that there are sound risk management process. What kind of question was that? Managing director and CEO is the same thing? Well, what kind of questions are you asking? Please. You think this will be asked in your SBL paper? What to do if we have no one to check our solutions? Whoa. One bad option is that you will need to join paid session, my paid session, and in that I will check one mock. And if you are a weak student, then maybe I can check two mocks. But that's a paid session. You can look for more teachers who offer this checking facility. I think LSBF and all those people, Kaplan, they also offer paper mock and paper checking, but they charge like £50. I don't know. I mean, you need to search for some options. Where are my answers? It is in the SBL group. It's all in my Google Drive, SBL Google Drive, and the link is mentioned in the SBL group. Past papers, most of the questions are repeated. Most of the topics are repeated. Like 60% of the paper will have repeat topics of SBL, and 40% or say 2/3 of the paper is predictable, some important topics. 1/3 of the paper or questions would be out of blue. Is corporate governance almost same for all type of organization? Not really. It depends whether you are listed or unlisted, and it depends on the country, but generically, yes, the basic concepts are always the same. How do we track the project process? Yeah, the triple constraint like quality, time, and cost. Yes, that's it. Yes, Sabine, or really good for you. Sabine feels that Kaplan's revision kit answers are really helpful. That's good news. You can use that if you want. I have seen it. I personally didn't like it, but opinions will differ, right, from person to person. Do unlisted companies ensure corporate governance compliance? Yes, unlisted companies and private companies, they also have some basic or bare minimum requirements to comply with. Companies ordinance is everywhere. Okay, basic companies ordinance is always there. All companies need to follow. For listed companies, there are additional listing regulations and all, and all those stuff. Most welcome. Can questions like TT for you come? Yes. Who can stop the examiner from not asking questions like TT for you? That is why there's a small chance that questions like TT for you can also be repeated. And the TT for you was a very crazy question. Why? Because it had very less information. So that is why I want to teach you the technique, so that if you get stuck, you know how to swim out of the situation. Right, guys? So excellent. Please join the WhatsApp group, and if you have any questions, you can freely ask on the WhatsApp group. And I normally watch what's happening. I just don't interfere unless required, because there are several helpful students, fellow students, who try to answer questions in excellent manner, right? So very, very strong community. I have over like almost 1,000 SBL students across the globe, and they all help each other regardless of country, language, background. So please, if you are still not member of the group, then join this, send a message on this group. All my materials, handouts, answers, questions, webinars, videos, everything is available in my Google Drive, and the link is mentioned in the description of the group, right? And um, guys, thank you so much for taking out the time. I honestly enjoyed every minute, and I feel so excited when I teach youngsters like you, because I feel that you guys are future CFOs, and it is my job to get your foundations right so that in some years, few years down the line, you are able to lead your organizations, and you're able to lead a good life for yourself, your families, and your neighbors. Please, I thank you so much. I wish you all the very best, and please stay in touch, and see you soon. Guys, take care and good night.